All right, welcome Distant Learners. Hopefully you're doing well. Okay, we were just spending that time. The stream wasn't quite on yet, but we were just spending the last about 5-10 minutes working on our student booklet lesson 24. We're going to be starting that lesson today. Try to get through as much as we can. If we can't get through lesson 25, that's okay. But we are planning, I want to get those grades in so you guys can have that chance to get your grade up just a little bit more if it's down, or if it's high, to keep it high, to not let it fall down. But we'll probably have a test in our final. That's going to be the remaining last two things with that. Okay, but lesson 24, if you guys haven't noticed, kind of what's the story going on? Okay, Jesus raises Lazarus. Okay, it's that happened in a city of Perea. Okay, in chapter 10, I know last week we didn't really talk about it. Okay, but chapter 10, we saw Jesus went back to what city? In John chapter 10, what city did he go back to? It was on the last quiz we took. Jerusalem. Okay, he went back to Jerusalem. Remember, the Pharisees, they were like, hey, we're going to kill you. Okay, and then the last thing we talked about, they said, hey, just tell us who you really are. He did, and they didn't like that. Okay, we see that happen. Okay, last lesson we talked about Solomon's porch, where everything happened. Okay, but in the end of chapter 10, if you want to open up your Bibles, if it's not open already, John chapter 10 and verse 40, it says, or you can start at verse 39, therefore he sought again to take him, but he escaped out of their hand. Again, talking about Jesus to the Pharisees. Okay, he escaped their hand. Okay, they're trying to grab him, whether put him in prison or do something. Okay, in verse 40, he's going to tell us what happens next, and then we're going to get into John chapter 11. Verse 40 says, and went away again beyond Jordan into the place where John at first baptized. And there he abode. And many resorted unto him and said, John did no miracle, but all things that John spake of this man were true. And many believed on him there. Who is him? Who's it talking about? Jesus. Okay, that's the moment, okay, when Jesus was baptized by John. Okay, and in one moment you saw God the Holy Spirit, God the Son, Jesus, and God the Father shown by a light. Okay, we see that happening. Okay, but it says many believed on him in that situation. Okay, that's where he went back to the river. Okay, but John chapter 11 is kind of going to start us right off with the story we're going to be talking about this week. Okay, John chapter 11, verse 1. Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus, of Bethany, the town of Mary and her sister Martha. It was that Mary which anointed the Lord with an ointment and wiped his feet with her hair, whose brother Lazarus was sick. So Jesus had been here before. Okay, we know the story. These were his friends. Okay, he's met these people. He's been with them. Okay, we saw, again, the woman that wiped Jesus' feet with her hair. Again, this was Mary. Okay, it says, therefore his sister sent unto him, saying, Lord, behold, he whom thou lovest is sick. When Jesus heard that, he said, this sickness is not unto death, but for the glory of God, that the Son of God might be glorified thereby. Now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus. When he had heard, therefore, that he was sick, he abode 2 days still the same place where he was. Then after that saith he to his disciples, let us go into Judea again. His disciples saying to him, Master, the Jews of late sought to stone thee, and goest thou thither again? Jesus answered, Are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world. But if a man walk in the night, he stumbleth, because there is no light in him. These things said he, and after that he saith unto them, Our friend Lazarus sleepeth, but I go, that I may awake him out of sleep. Then said his disciples, Lord, if he sleep, he shall do well. Howbeit Jesus spake of his death, but they thought that he had spoken of taking of rest and sleep. Okay, Jesus was talking about sleep. He had died. Okay, he just died. Jesus knew. Okay, the disciples didn't understand it. They thought, oh, he's just taking a nap or something. Okay, but verse 14. Then said Jesus unto them plainly, Lazarus, they didn't understand when he said, hey, Lazarus is asleep. Okay, he was dead. They didn't understand. So he says, Lazarus is dead. And I am glad for your sakes that I was not there, to the intent ye may believe. Nevertheless, let us go unto him. Verse 16, then said Thomas, which is called Didymus, unto his fellow disciples, let us also go, that we may die with him. Okay, this is going to be the lesson we're talking about this week. Okay, we see that Jesus left Jerusalem immediately. Okay, again, the Pharisees were trying to get him. They're trying to stone him. Okay, and he goes to this area of Perea. Okay, this is right after what event? Why was Jesus in Jerusalem the last time? What event was going on? Emma, your favorite word? Hanukkah, or Festival of Lights. Okay, this was going on, and we see Jesus is going to return to Perea. He stayed in Perea, and he was asked to go to Bethany when Lazarus died. He was by the time counting the days until, obviously, his crucifixion. Remember, we're talking about the end of Jesus' ministry. Okay, sadly, we might not get to all the way to the end this year. Okay, but we're going to get through as much as we can. Okay, but first we're going to see kind of where Perea is. Okay, show you on the map. We should already know this. We've done it before. Okay, but we have Samaria, Judea, Jerusalem. Okay, it's just a little bit west of Jerusalem. Okay, across the Jordan River, okay, which is where Jesus would have been baptized. Okay, we see that going on. Okay, but the first note, we're going to see what happens in Perea. Okay, and we read about it. In Perea, what happened? At the end of chapter 10, what I just read in verse 42 specifically, what happened in Perea? No, that was after. At the end of chapter 10, what does it say? Verse 42. Yeah, it says, and many believed on him there. Okay, talking about when he was baptized. Okay, so first we see the fruits of John's ministry. The many people who resorted to Christ were no doubt converts of the ministry of John the Baptist. They were followers of John the Baptist. Remember, we talked about before, what was the purpose of John the Baptist? He was known as a what? A what? Okay, a forerunner or a messenger. Okay, but you're right. He was leading the way, paving the path for Christ. So the people that were following him were truly following Christ. Okay, they were searching for Christ, okay, through John. Okay, John had prepared them well for this very moment. Okay, he had preached to them, taught them, said, hey, when he comes, be ready. Okay, be ready to follow him. They agreed that John had indeed described Jesus very accurately. John's favorite message had been the one who would follow him was greater than he. And the people agreed in verse 41, we saw that. And many people resorted unto him and said, John did no miracle. But all things that John spake of this man were what? In verse 41. Everything that John said of this man was true. Okay, John did not do the same miracles that Jesus did, but everything that John said about this man or about Jesus was true. Okay, so first we see the fruit of John's ministry. Okay, the fruit of his ministry were people following who? Okay, they would believe on Jesus. They would follow Jesus. We see that being the fruit of his ministry in Perea. Okay, but we also see some lessons for us. Again, this is kind of all of an introduction for this week. Okay, but John never lived to see the fruit of his labor. Okay, if we already know, how does John die? Okay, he's beheaded, okay, by a king. Okay, he's beheaded because of his service, okay, because of his preaching and his teaching. Okay, he planted the seed and watered it, but he did not harvest the fruit. The fruit did not ripen until after John was beheaded. Okay, people saw John baptize him. They heard him say, hey, this is the man I've talked about. Okay, follow him. Okay, after that happened, obviously some people are still following John, okay, because they followed him for a long time. Okay, but people are believing in Christ. John is killed. He's beheaded. So now these people that follow John and heard John's word, they're like, who do we follow? And they already knew. John had planted that seed. Okay, we see that lessons for us. The fruit of John's ministry is going to be seen here. Okay, this is often how it is with us. Our job is to do what as Christians? To do what? To go tell. Okay, at the end of every gospel is to, hey, go teach all nations. Okay, tell everyone about the gospel. Okay, we see John was doing that same purpose. Our purpose is to plant those seeds. Okay, we're not trying to get people to follow us, but to follow him. Our job is to tell others of the Savior. We are to be faithfully in sowing the seed, in cultivating the ground, teaching, helping, leading in the right way, watering that seed. But God is the one who gives the increase. Okay, you know what? Sometimes in our Christian life, that may happen. Okay, maybe we tell someone about the gospel. Maybe we actually do our job and we're kind to someone. Okay, we try to lead them to Christ, but guess what? We might not see that. We might not see the good parts of it. We might say, hey, they're never going to get saved. They're not changing at all. But guess what? Every time you plant that seed, man, it's going to be used for God. It's going to be used for him. Okay, we might not see the harvest, okay, but he will. Okay, he gives the increase. Someone to whom you witness today might not be saved until maybe they're 30 or 40 years later. But your faithful witnessing, okay, my faithful witnessing has been played or will play a significant role for God. Okay, just like we see John, okay, giving us this introduction in this lesson, okay, in John chapter 10 and chapter 11. Okay, but the next place we see, right in the beginning of chapter 11, he was in Perea, okay, as a quick stop, okay, just something of reminiscing. The people follow him after he leaves Jerusalem. He goes to Perea, running away from the Pharisees. Okay, but chapter 11 tells us right where he goes. Where does he go next? It says, now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus, of where? Bethany. Okay, this is going to be the next city he goes to. Okay, I'll show you guys kind of where Bethany is. It'll make a little bit more sense. Okay, so he goes from Jerusalem, okay, across the Jordan River to Perea, okay, getting away from the Pharisees, and now this is why the disciples were questioning him. Okay, now he's going back because he hears of his friend Lazarus, that he's sick, and that he's actually dead. He said he was asleep. He goes back to Bethany. What is Bethany right by? Okay, Jerusalem. That's why the disciples are like, are you sure you want to go back? Like, they just tried to stone you again. Okay, and remember, this is kind of cool. Like, maybe you guys can get this from when we watched The Chosen. Okay, but remember the disciples, they didn't understand everything, right? Okay, hopefully you can just read that from the Bible. But when we had that visual, they didn't understand everything that was going on. Okay, maybe they're trying to defend him. Okay, they're like, hey, Jesus, don't do this. We want you to be safe. Okay, remember, a lot of times, even the disciples, they thought Jesus was there to do what? Why did they think he was there? To build a what? A kingdom. Okay, obviously he was, but it wasn't a kingdom here on earth. Okay, they didn't understand that completely. Okay, Jesus hasn't died. He hasn't told them, hey, go and teach all nations. Okay, in Judah and Israel, okay, and Samaria. Go and teach everyone. He hasn't told them that quite yet. He's shown them, okay, but they don't always understand. So we see the disciples saying, hey, don't go back to Bethany, but Jesus is going to go back. Okay, if we assume that Jesus stayed in Perea for several weeks, okay, let's say he did. It was January AD 32 when Lazarus became sick and died. Jesus traveled quickly to Bethany after he heard the news. We saw that. Afterwards, he would go to Ephraim to stay until the final week before his death on the cross. Okay, which brings us to a few things. Okay, this is kind of going to be just some visuals for you guys, kind of like where he would have been. This is what a tomb would have looked like. So imagine again, Lazarus dies. Okay, and they're going to put him in kind of this just little stone room. Okay, just like we see Jesus' tomb being a little bit bigger. Okay, but it's just a room and a stone covering it. They wrap him up. Okay, but when a body dies, okay, what happens? Okay, it decays. Science. Okay, common sense. It starts to smell. Okay, that's why sometimes they would wrap it with fragrances. Okay, try to keep the smell away. Okay, but they would put it away where it's like, hey, we're never going to go there again. So long, farewell, rest well, you know. Okay, that's basically what I was saying. This is what the tomb would have looked like during the time. Okay, the house in Bethany that they would have gone to. Okay, this is the oldest house excavated in Bethany. Would have looked something like this. Okay, nothing special. Okay, just basically a rock building. Okay, it'd be rock and clay mixed together. Okay, dark room. Obviously, they didn't really have electricity at the time. Okay, and with this, we already read some of it. We're going to read a few more. Okay, we're going to see some things happening here in Bethany. Okay, first are the ways of God. Okay, the ways of God. God's ways are not always our ways, right? Isn't that happening in our life? Sometimes we're like, God, I really need this to happen. Okay, does it always happen? No, because sometimes our timing is not His timing. Sometimes we're like, hey, I think I need this, whether it's money or a paycheck or this item, okay, or for school or for college. You're like, hey, I need this right now. God, I don't think I can live without this. I need it right now. Okay, but God knows exactly when we need something. Okay, we see Lazarus' sisters reaching out, hey, Jesus, we need you right now. We need you right now. Okay, but we're going to see that Jesus' ways, again, aren't their ways. His timing is not their timing. Okay, they knew the wonders Jesus has done. They knew He could heal Lazarus, right, from being sick. But Jesus is going to do a much greater miracle than just healing someone that is sick. Okay, but we see the ways of God. God's ways are not our ways. This truth is taught in verses 1 through 6 that we read already. Okay, we're going to discuss a few things with this. Okay, but I have a few questions for you. Okay, did Jesus love Lazarus? It's pretty common sense. Where does it say that? How do we know He loves Lazarus? Which verse? It's 1 through 6, towards the end. Nope. It says, now Jesus loved Martha and her sister and Lazarus? Verse 5. Okay, it's clear. He loves Lazarus. Okay, usually you want to help those who you love. Okay, did he know that Lazarus would die? Okay, we saw that. Okay, he said, hey, he's asleep. The disciples didn't understand that he was saying he was dead. They're like, well, let's go wake him up from his nap. Let's help him. Okay, then Jesus in verse 14, then Jesus said unto them, or then said Jesus unto them plainly, Lazarus is dead. Okay, we know he's dead. Did Jesus go immediately to save Lazarus from dying? Where does it say that? It is verse 6. When he had heard, therefore, that he was sick, he abode, how long? 2 days. Still in the same place where he was. He stayed in Perea for 2 more days. Okay? They reach out, they're like, Jesus, we need you. Come back. Okay? He finds out, he's like, hey, my friend's dead. Okay, he's going to die. He's dead. Okay, but he remains in Perea, okay, the first place we said, for 2 more days. Okay, would we have done the same thing? If your friend was sick, would you have just said, hey, I'll just go in a couple days, right? A family member's sick, you're like, all right, I'll just see him in a couple days. I'll see him when they're dead. I'll go to their funeral. Is that how we would react as humans? I mean, I don't think so, right? If my mom was sick in Michigan and it's like, man, she might not make it, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave. I'm going to go to Michigan. Okay, we see Jesus obviously not having any transportation that we have today. Okay, he finds out someone he loved. The Bible just said he loved them. Okay, he loved their family. Okay, but he decided to stay back 2 more days. Okay, why did he do that? Why did Jesus wait? And we all know the answer. Why did Jesus wait? I already said it. Could he have healed Lazarus from being sick? Yeah. But he wanted to do what? He wanted to do God's will, which we know he raised him from the dead. A much greater miracle, don't you think? Okay, now if Christian's sick, he can go to the hospital and say, hey, I need medicine or I need this. Okay, but if he's dead, can we really do much for him? No. The answer is no. But we can't do anything for him, though. That's for you, not for him. Okay, he would be gone. Okay, that's why the disciples and Mary and Martha, they don't understand. They're like, Jesus, why wouldn't you come right away? And we're going to read that here in chapter 11. They're going to question him like, why didn't you come? We told you. Did you not care? Okay, we're going to see that happen. Okay, but we see the ways of God. They're not our ways. We cannot always understand what God does, why he does it, or when he does it. But we can rest in assurance that he does whatever is perfect for us. Okay, Romans 8:28, you guys don't have to turn to it. I'll turn to it really quick. But Romans 8:28 says this. Pull up my marker. And we know that all things work together for, you guys probably heard the verse, for good, to them that love God, to them who are called according to his purpose. It says, hey, if you love God, if you follow God, if you're called by God, guess what? Things are gonna end well. Okay, they'll end good. Okay, that's what the Bible tells us. This fact should give us boldness and confidence to do what God has called us to do, and to rest in the assurance that we can't understand or control what God can understand and control. We can't. As humans, we can't. We see that in this passage. We see that in almost day-to-day lives, in people's lives. Things happen, whether good or bad, and we don't understand it. This family member gets sick. We don't understand it. This event happens. We don't understand. Okay, someone's blessed and we weren't. It's like, why were they blessed? Not me. Okay, sometimes we don't understand it. Okay, we won't understand God's ways all the time. Okay, all we need to do, though, is that if we're following him, Romans 8:28, what does it say? Things will end good. It'll be okay. We'll be okay. We'll be taken care of if we're following him, if we're called by him. Okay, but after we see the ways of God in Bethany, we're going to see the weakness of the disciples. Okay, we already read it, verse 7 to 16. I might mention a couple verses again. Okay, but the disciples said 3 things in this passage. Okay, from verses 7 to 16. Each statement revealed a different weakness in their spiritual maturity. Okay, they have, how long? A guesstimate. Okay, but how long about has the disciples been following Jesus to this point? Okay, like 2.5, almost 3. Remember his earthly ministry was 3 years. Okay, so towards his death, but like almost 3 years, basically. Yeah. Okay, so they've been together, let's say just 3 years. We'll just say 3 years, make it easy. Okay, that's not a super long time, but it's a good amount of time, right? They've seen miracles, they've seen things happen. Okay, but we see in this moment that they're still not spiritually mature. Okay, that they're missing out on things, which shows us today, it doesn't matter how long we've been saved. You can be saved 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years. The thing is, we still will lack spiritual maturity. Okay, we still have spiritual, I forgot the word I was going to say. Insecurity, that's the word. Okay, we have spiritual insecurity. We don't always trust in Him rather than ourselves. Sometimes we worry, right? Have you guys ever worried about something? Man, I do it all the time. Okay, something that isn't going well, I'm like, oh no. Because guess what? I'm thinking, I can't control it. I took my faith off God and I put it on myself. I can't control it. I can't make sure this happens. But that's the moment that we need to trust in God. And we're going to see that happen here with the disciples. Okay, we see these three things, and they're already on the screen. First, we see a lack of courage. In verse 8, it says this, His disciples saying to Him, Master, the Jews of late sought to stone Thee, and goest Thou thither again? Okay, we see the lack of courage. Why are they having a lack of courage? What did it say in verse 8? What does it say? The disciples are like, Jesus, are you sure you want to go back? Those people that are like just a couple miles from Bethany, they just tried to stone you. Like maybe they ran out of the city while they're throwing rocks at them. Who knows? Okay, but we see they're like, Jesus, our life is not safe. What was that? What was that? Oh, idiots. I'm just kidding. Okay, but we see a lack of courage. If the disciples truly believed that He was the Messiah, which they said, right? We've seen Peter say, hey, you are the Christ. Okay, you're the one. Okay, they're following Him because they say, hey, Rabbi, hey, teacher, hey, master. Okay, they said they believed He was the Messiah, but why would they fear? If Christ tells us to go, we should obey Him. Without fear, without question. Okay, have we ever been told by a parent, okay, by someone to do something, you guys were kind of afraid? You're like, man, I don't know if I can do that. Has that ever happened to you? Whether as a child or even now, maybe it's a job or something with college or something with anything. Okay, you're told to do something, you're like, I'm not sure I can do that. I don't know if I have the time, the money. I don't know if mentally I can do that. I'm not sure. Okay, do you resist standing against wrong sometimes? Are you afraid to be a witness? Okay, we see, even as parents, we see God tells us to do some specific things. We've already read about it a little bit. Okay, John, he told the people, hey, follow him. John's died. We see the seeds were planted, and now those people are following him. Okay, guess what? We're called every day to follow him. Okay, to live for him, not me. Okay, not my will, but thine. Thine be done in my life. Okay, we're supposed to follow him. Are we really doing that on a day-to-day basis? Okay, maybe we're out doing something. Maybe we see a family member or someone that we know isn't saved. I know we had this through chapel almost all last week. Are we being a witness? Are we doing what we're called to do? Man, that's convicting to me. I know I don't always do that. Sometimes we know, right? We know that person is like, yeah, they don't really believe in God. So like whenever I hang out with them, it's just like I just have a good time with them. Don't bring it up. I don't want to ruin the moment, you know? I've had that feeling. Okay, whether with a cousin or an aunt or an uncle, I've had that moment. It's like, man, I don't want to ruin this moment. We're having a good time. Why do I want to make it awkward, right? Right? We say, why do I want to make it awkward? Okay, do we fear or question some things that God tells us to do? Okay, we see a lack of courage of the disciples. Not only do we see a lack of courage, but we see a lack of understanding. In verse 12, then said his disciples, Lord, if he sleep, he shall do well. Okay, basically, and I've already said this as well, what were they saying? They thought Lazarus was what? Taking a nap, like Christian wish he could. Okay, they thought he was just taking a nap. It was like, Jesus, if he's taking a nap, won't he get better? If he's sick and taking a nap, right? When we're sick, we just want to like lay around. We're supposed to drink fluids and rest. Those are like the two go-tos if you're sick. Okay, drink fluids and rest. Hey, Jesus, just let him rest. Why do we need to go back to Bethany when the Pharisees and people are going to try to stone us again? Let him rest. Okay, let us go in like a week or 2 weeks, right? Okay, that's what they're saying. They have a lack of understanding of the actual moment, though. Okay, think of the utter foolishness of their statement. They should have known that Jesus wouldn't go all the way to Bethany to just wake up someone, right? Now that we can read it and we kind of understand what already happens. Okay, but think about it. Okay, Jesus, would he really say, hey, he's asleep? Then, Jesus, why do we need to go back for you to just wake him up, right? Do you think Jesus would just go back, hey, to wake someone up? Hey, Lazarus, I'm here. No. Okay, he's talking about he was dead. Okay, but we see their lack of understanding. Verse 13 says, howbeit Jesus spake of his death, but they thought that he had spoken of taking a rest and sleep. Okay, we see the foolishness of the disciples, their lack of understanding. They should have known that Jesus wouldn't go all the way to wake up someone. By the time he got there, at least a day's journey from where he was when he first received the word of Lazarus was sick. Lazarus would have been awake if he would have gone right away. Remember, because it says once he gets there, we're going to read in a little bit, it says, hey, he died, okay, this amount of time ago. If he would have left right away, he would have still been there when Lazarus was just sick and alive. Okay, but this statement shows us just how foolish Christians, how we can be sometimes about our spiritual matters. We sometimes don't understand even the simple truths because we never seek to learn, right? Instead of them asking Jesus, hey, what do you mean by that? What did they just assumed? You guys catch it? Their lack of understanding, like, hey, he's asleep. Oh, why would we go wake him up? Why didn't they say, hey, Jesus, so what's the purpose of this moment? Okay, last thing, then we're done. Okay, we see the lack of courage, lack of understanding, and we see, lastly, the lack of faith. Okay, verse 16, then said Thomas, which is called Didymus, okay, unto his fellow disciples, let us also go, that we may die with him. Okay, it's kind of like a rhetorical. It's like, all right, we're going to find Lazarus. Okay, we're going to go back to Bethany. Lazarus is going to die, and guess what? We're going to die. Okay, the Pharisees, they're going to find us. They're going to stone us. Okay, we see Thomas. Okay, he actually believed that Jesus would be killed by the Pharisees. He had seen Jesus escape from their midst many times, but he still lacked faith. Okay, as we know Thomas to be called what? Doubtful or doubting Thomas. Okay, after Christ raises from the grave, he goes to Thomas and says, hey, look. And he still denied until he touched his hands. Okay, one thing we can say to Thomas's credit, however, is that he was willing to go. He said, hey, let's go. Let's go. Let's go to our deaths. Okay, he was willing to go, even if it meant that they would all die. Of course, Thomas might have been saying this sarcastically. We can't really know from reading just the Bible. Okay, maybe he was saying it angrily towards Jesus for insisting that they go back to Judea. Okay, the Bible doesn't say, hey, he said it sarcastically in parentheses, like sarcastically said, let's go and die. Okay, it doesn't tell us that. So in these three statements, we see ourselves compared with Christ's disciples, right? Sometimes we have a lack of courage. Sometimes we have a lack of understanding. We don't seek what it means, what a situation might mean, what the Bible says about something. Okay, sometimes we lack faith. Okay, maybe we have a response, or like, okay, God, I'll do it. I'll do it even though it's not going to work out, thinking we know best. Okay, when God's all-knowing. Okay, we have little faith or no faith, and even pessimistic about the way things work out in our lives. Okay, so today we talked about, again, this introduction. He went to Perea. Okay, lots of people followed him. Many believed. Okay, he goes back to Bethany, or he's going back to Bethany. We see these characteristics of the disciples that match up with us a lot of times. We have these things all the time. I have these things all the time. Okay, but tomorrow we're going to talk about someone else. Okay, we're going to talk about the two sisters, Mary and Martha, in Bethany. That's it for today. Again, our verses are John chapter 11, verses 25 and 26. Okay, it says this, Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? Okay, those are our verses for this week. We'll be talking about those tomorrow. Okay, in the passage with Mary and Martha. Okay, that is it for today. Just write those verses 3 times each, and you guys can be dismissed. Welcome, distant learners. Hopefully you're doing well. I forgot to pray last hour, so we're going to pray at the beginning of this hour, and then we'll get started. We are probably going to have a quiz this week, probably on Wednesday. Okay, but there probably will be a quiz. We'll see if we're able to get through enough today and then review at the end of this class, but it'll probably be on Wednesday. Okay, last week we ended off talking about, we didn't have class on Friday because I gifted you guys with that. Okay, but we did end off talking about kind of, obviously this whole chapter talking about money. Okay, we specifically talked about 3 main categories of money. Okay, which M1 being the first one. What's the next 2? M2 and M3. Shouldn't be hard to remember. We're going to be talking about M2 and M3 today. Maybe a few other things and then be done. Okay, but M1, we talked about what it is. It's on the screen. It's in your notes. Be familiar with it. Okay, next note, near monies. Okay, this is the name often given to M2 and M3 categories. Okay, these are assets that can be easily converted into M1 because they are highly liquid. Okay, we have these, what's M2 and M3 known as? It's right there on the note. Near monies, that's what you want to know. That'll probably be a quiz question. Okay, M2 consists of M1 plus non-checkable savings deposits. Yes, sir.
Can you turn the screens off and put back on to get rid of
Dude, yeah, man, I got you. Okay, so we see this term used to kind of categorize M2 and M3. Okay, but M2, we're going to talk about that one first. And we'll go with this note. All right. M2, again, consists of M1, so everything that covers M1, plus, okay, additional. Okay, you have non-checkable savings deposits. You have money market mutual funds and similar deposits. And you have time deposits. Okay, these are with a specific date of maturity, and they're all worth less, or time deposits are worth less than $100,000. Okay, these time deposits worth over this amount of $100,000, as well as money counted in M2. Okay, so basically everything that's now in M1 and in M2. Okay, so and including time deposits that are over $100,000 would all consist in M3, which is our next note, and I'll give you time to write these ones down. Everyone go with this one? Good? Good? Still see people writing, so I'll wait. Okay, M3 is really easy. It's just 2 things. Okay, M2 again is M1 plus all of these. M3 will be M2 plus just mainly one thing. Excuse you. Good? Ooh. Yawn. All right, M3. Again, this consists of, okay, basically everything money counted in M2. So this would be all the money, basically M1 and M2. Okay, everything in M2, since M2 is M1 plus M2. So if M3 consists of M2, it must also consist of M1. Okay, but basically the only difference is M3 consists of time deposits worth over $100,000. Anything under $100,000 and less will be categorized as M2. Anything $100,000 or more would be M3. What's up? When do you use it? They're just they're categories. It's not like an actual thing like, hey, let me use M1. It's just to categorize it. So like if you go, sometimes like your bank statements or something, you go with that, like they would list them off, or like in paperwork it might say like M1, and this was what it would be. Does that make sense? It's just like a term, like a categorized term. Yes, sir.
Okay, since M2, everything in M2 is also M3, does that just mean pretty much any time deposits are also M3?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And we'll go with this one. Okay, you might have noticed that credit cards are not included in any of these categories. Okay, if you guys noticed it, if you didn't, you can check it real quick and look through all of them. It's not on there. Okay, between M1, M2, and M3, credit cards are not on there. Okay, a credit card is often wrongly considered to be a form of money, when in reality, it only allows its holder to obtain a short-term loan, okay, or loans from his credit card company. The primarily advantages of credit cards are that they can be helpful in emergencies. They allow consumers to carry less cash, and they often make the transaction process smoother. Okay, so we see credit cards are not included in any of the M categories. Again, a credit card is not money. It only allows its holder to obtain short-term loans. Okay, because you have to pay it off. You have to continuously, you have a monthly payment. Hey, you have to pay a minimum of whatever, $40, $50, whatever it may be. Okay, or you can just pay it off all at once. Okay, but that's what it's for. Okay, credit card is the purpose of it is for like emergencies. Sometimes people do it to get or to build their credit score. Sometimes people will make a large payment with their credit card, and then instead of paying interest and paying a company, okay, they'll just start, their payments would be towards their credit card. Okay, people do that as well. Sometimes obviously people do that with college sometimes. Okay, but for example, a traveler can take care of lodging and food at a good hotel merely by signing a receipt because the card represents money. The hotel manager knows that he can obtain money from the credit card company when he presents the little slip of paper that has been signed by the hotel guests. Like checks, the credit card has next to no value in itself other than for making the transaction process easier. Checks and credit cards receipts both are promises to pay. Okay, again, they're not actual money value. Okay, just like a check. Is the check really worth anything? No, but you can make it worth something. Okay, you can write your numbers, your signature on it, turn it in, and it's worth something. But is the check itself worth anything? Could I go to McDonald's and say, hey, I would like 3 McDoubles and a medium fry, and hand them a $6 or $7 check? Would they take it? The answer is no. Okay, it has no monetary value. Why?
Left it blank, they might take it.
That's possibly true. You never know. But legally, probably not. They probably wouldn't take it. Because then the person that took it will probably just quit their job and write $1 million and then try to take it all out. But that wouldn't work either, because then the company would sign for fraud. Yes, ma'am. What do you mean, can you leave? Oh.
Dentist appointment.
Well, I forgot. Thank you. Yes, you may leave. Make sure you sign out first, please. Okay, but with credit cards, there are some procedures with it. Some we've probably heard, maybe some we haven't. Okay, but we're going to go through them quickly. Okay, credit card procedures, there are a lot of them, though. Okay, the first one. First, keep your cards somewhere where they will be safe. Okay, common sense. Okay, whether it's a wallet, some people use something different that's closed, okay, that locks, that you can put away, okay, for emergencies. Okay, but basically you want it on your person. Okay, the safest person in my mind is with me. Okay, rather than me leaving it somewhere or losing it, safest place is with me. Okay, secondly, record your card's number. Okay, something I do myself. I'm sure many people have better ways. Okay, but every week, okay, at the end of the week, whether I use it or not, I go on there and I check it. I just like, all right, what's on there? Do I owe a payment? When's my next payment due? Etc. Okay, just like this last week, I went on my statements and I saw that I was being charged $9.99 for DoorDash, and I was like, what in the world? I've never signed up with DoorDash or put my card information in DoorDash. I was like, how am I being charged $10 for a month? And then I asked Mrs. Coral, and she's like, oh yeah, I signed up. I forgot to cancel it. I'm sorry. Okay, it happens. Okay.
Subscription for DoorDash?
Yeah, there is. But that happened, okay? She signed up for it so we could get like something free. Okay, I didn't know, but I saw that, and then we cancel it. Okay, we see that happening. Okay, guess what? If I didn't check, I could have been being charged for like, who knows how long, $10 every month. And then it could have been worse. It could have been, instead of $10, who knows, $100. Okay, so you always want to check. Okay, number 3, never let anyone else use your cards. Okay, that is smart. Obviously, sometimes maybe we do. Okay, like in a company situation, if you're an employee, like, hey, take the business card, do whatever you need to do with it, whatever they're sending you out to buy or sell or fill up. Okay, don't let other people use it, because that could be dangerous. Even if it's a friend, it could be dangerous. Okay, fourthly, contact the credit company as soon as possible if you suspect a card is lost or stolen. Okay, if you lose your card, okay, do not wait until someone uses it. Don't say, oh, someone uses it, I know I lost it. If you can't find it, you can just call them and say, hey, cancel the card, and then if you find it, you can just call them back. Okay, tell them you can either reactivate it or they'll send you a new one. Okay, but never let your card go missing. Who has a debit card or something at least? Okay, I'm assuming most of you. Okay, who has a credit card? Anyone have a credit card yet? Maybe you'll get one sometime soon, maybe not. Okay, you don't really need one. Okay, you don't need one. I'm just asking. Okay, but if you lose it, cancel it. Okay, call the company, cancel it. Okay, a few more. We also have examine receipts before you sign them and keep them to check against your billing statement. Okay, again, something I try to do. Anytime I use my credit card, I keep those receipts at the end of the month. I'll compare my statements on. We all have easy access these days. It's a little bit easier. You can take your phone, pull up the Chase app because I have Chase. Okay, look at the statements, look at my receipts. They match up, I'm good. If they don't, I'm like, what's going on? Okay, also write the credit card issuer if your receipts do not match your monthly statement. Okay, contact your company. Communication. That's how anything works. Okay, lastly, pay the entire amount you owe every month. Paying only the monthly minimum will cost you more in the long run since you will be charged interest on the amount. Okay, that is true. Okay, as soon as you can pay it off, pay it off. Okay, it will charge interest more and more if you're only doing like your 40, 50 bucks a month. It is safer to just pay it up front. You're like, well, what if I don't completely have the money? Well, pay as much off as you can. Okay, but this is done bring us, we just have a few more notes, then we'll be done for today. Okay, done bring us to our next kind of department, some forms like in government that work with money. Okay, we're going to be talking about people and organizations that work with money, a few of them today. Okay, but how can this tremendous supply of money with a country, imagine a country, be managed? Certainly our country, how much debt we're in. Okay, how is it possible to arrange that enough money circulates to keep American economy going strong, but not so much money that inflation of the currency becomes a grave problem? Calculating and controlling the money supply is a vastly complicated business involving many different aspects and agencies. Okay, the Founding Fathers gave the Congress of the United States a general supervision over the flow of money. Congress is empowered by the Constitution to, quote, coin money and regulate the value thereof. Under the Constitution, the federal government holds a monopoly over the power of minting money or printing money, okay, making legal bills. Over the years, Congress has established different agencies to deal with money and economy. Perhaps the most important function of these public and semi-public agencies is controlling the total amount of paper bills and other forms of money that are available at any one time. For if too little money and credit cards are available, an economy grows stagnant. Commerce and manufacturing slow down, but if too much money and credit cards aren't available, was the first one. Okay, are available, serious inflation results, which perhaps does even greater damage to commerce and manufacturing. Okay, the first agency we're going to talk about, okay, common sense, the main one, the United States Department of Treasury. Okay, this is the source of part of the American money supply. Okay, again, this is, remember how we mentioned, okay, why money, our bills have value is because you have what to back it up? What? There it is. I'm wearing it. Sorry, I was looking for it specifically. You were right. Okay, but gold, silver, okay, precious metal, something to back up the value of your money. Okay, this is where it would kind of be. Okay, it was established during the President Washington's administration and had Alexander Hamilton as its first secretary, the first head of the Treasury. Okay, the Bureau of the Mints, which is responsible for making coins, and the Bureau of Engraving and Printing, which is responsible for, obviously, printing notes, are parts of the Treasury Department. Those are the two main parts. Okay, the Bureau of Mints and the Bureau of Printing. All the paper money that is latter bureau prints are called Federal Reserve. Okay, Federal Reserve. Make sure everyone's done with this note before I move on. Okay, Federal Reserve. This is a private agency often referred to as the Fed. Okay, it controls the central banking network called the Federal Reserve System. It is not under the authority of the federal government and does not directly answer to the citizens of the U.S. Okay, in spite of its name, this organization is not under the authority, again, of government, okay, nor the thousands of commercial banks across the nation, okay, that are members of this system. The Federal Reserve is an independent agency that does not answer to anyone in the U.S. Okay, there are three main components that make up the core of the Federal Reserve System. Okay, we're going to talk about those tomorrow. Okay, give you guys a little time off the notes. Okay, we'll probably finish those tomorrow, okay, as we're almost done with the chapter. Just a little bit left. We should be able to finish most of that, the notes and stuff tomorrow, okay, which will mean we'll review for our quiz tomorrow after we're done and have our quiz probably on Wednesday, like I mentioned already. Okay, but we're to talk about three main components of the Federal Reserve System tomorrow. Okay, for homework tonight. For homework. Let's go page 158. Page 158. Consider 9.5. Questions 3 through 5. So 3, 4, and 5. Page 158. Consider 9.5. Questions 3, 4, and 5. You guys still have about 16 minutes to work on that. There's no reason you shouldn't be able to finish most of it, if not all of it, in class. If you have any questions, let me know. Again, it's page 158. Consider 9.5, questions 3, 4, and 5. Distant learners, let me know if you need anything. We will see you tomorrow.
All right, welcome to chemistry. Let's go ahead and get started. We are on page 207 of your supplement. Page 207 of your supplement. We're on page 320, I think, of your textbook. Yeah, page 320 of your textbook. Left off Friday in the middle of alkynes, so I'm just going to at least review it or teach it. I'm actually not sure which direction that is because I can't remember where I left off. I remember I finished 206. So we're talking about alkynes. Alkynes are molecules containing a triple bond functional group, and they have that general formula there. Alkynes follow the same naming conventions as alkanes, but require the address of the triple bonds of molecules having more than 3 carbon atoms. The simplest alkyne is ethine, or acetylene, used in torches and a starting material in the manufacture of neoprene and vinyl plastics. They are highly reactive. That's right, I remember this now because we were talking about the torches. Alkynes are highly reactive and thus are not often found in nature. Again, why it's very useful in a torch, because then it's highly reactive with oxygen and it burns really, really hot. 2 molecules may be added instead of 1 to replace the triple bond. Like we talked about with alkenes, you can add a hydrogen. With alkynes, you can add 2 hydrogen for obvious reasons. All right. So that is alkynes. You can do a lot of chemistry with them, but honestly, they don't appear a lot, so we don't focus too much on them. We just watched Crash Course Chemistry 42, Aromatics and Cyclic Compounds, but let's go ahead and start talking about aromatic hydrocarbons. Aromatic hydrocarbons are cyclic hydrocarbons which give off aromas, differing in properties from cycloalkanes and cycloalkenes. The simplest aromatic hydrocarbon is benzene, which is C6H6, shown here. And the main thing I want you guys to take away from this is our shorthand. Okay, notice that every junction is a carbon and hydrogen is understood to exist anywhere it needs to. Okay, because in organic chemistry, you guys have seen some of the longer chains and some of the longer molecules. There's a reason why they just leave off the C's and the H's, because like at some point you got to cut out something, and we all kind of know that's what's there. Okay, so that happens a lot. So the left is probably more what you would be used to seeing. The right is what it's actually written as, because it's all carbon, it's all hydrogen. We'll talk more about what to do in substitutions later on in the section. With this also, you'll notice that there is a circle in the middle. We will talk, actually no, I guess we're talking about that now. That is a result of resonance or dissonance, or essentially it's a double bond shared among all the things. The equivalent is, it's essentially 1.5 bonds between carbon atoms, but that's not actually how anything works. So as a shorthand, we just draw a ring. That's as far as I'm going into it. All right, let me see here. Another common representation would just show it as if it had 3 double bonds, okay, and 3 single bonds. But either one of those is correct, so the ring is preferred as far as that goes there. Uses and concerns of benzene's derivatives. Here are the derivatives of benzene. Notice that we can just substitute in pieces here and there as needed. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. So you'll notice that we have everything from toluene to styrene, which brand name is Styrofoam, by the way. Xylene variants, and perhaps the more common one, TNT. That's the last one there. You throw some nitrogen in there and you get very explosive results. Okay, so that's the idea here. Benzene is toxic and may cause anemia or leukemia. So this is actually one of its main concerns. Toluene is less toxic and uses a solvent in certain adhesives and in the production of TNT and others. Styrene is a component of plastics, polystyrene, paints, and synthetic rubber. Whoops, I think I got the styrofoam thing wrong on that one. I think that's a different molecule. A lot of these things sound familiar, or similar, I mean. So anyway, so styrene though, polystyrene is usually what it's called, because usually it's polymerized. We'll talk more about what that means later. Xylenes are used in the manufacture of various other chemicals, plastics, and gasolines. As a group, aromatics are found in or manufactured from petroleum or from coal tar and are used in the synthesis of dyes, insecticides, medicines, and as solvents. They're also the reason for common smells. One of them is called cinnamaldehyde. Actually, it's not its current name, but it's the smell. It's the molecule that gives cinnamon its smell. Okay, so these things are called aromatic aromatic hydrocarbons. There we go. For a reason. They are hydrocarbons and they smell. It may not be nice, but they smell. Okay, so that's the reason for the names. Benzene minus 1 hydrogen atom is known as the phenyl group because reasons. All right, so for more reasons, I highly recommend going and watching that video. Oh, whoops, I'm in the wrong position here on camera. Let's move this up to the top so I'm out of the way of most of the notes. All right. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon is an aromatic hydrocarbon with 2 or more aromatic rings fused together. It is given the acronym PA. And so here are some examples. You have naphthalene, anthracene. These are fun to try to draw using computer code. I just want you all to know that. All right. Huh? It was real interesting, let me tell you. I don't remember why the A is in brackets. Anyway, so you have those variants there. These are used in...
Oh, maybe because it's like sometimes benzoprene, but sometimes benzoate.
Yeah, the last 2 there are carcinogenic. We know that. And mostly because they are in things like soot and cigarette smoke. So we know that we have linked these specific molecules to being carcinogenic. Cause cancer. They're often shown that way, but if you'll notice in the book on page 321, they're shown with circles. It's half dozen, 1/6 of the other. That's really what it comes down to. You could just as easily replace circles. Again, those double bonds are just for representation of every other bond can be considered a double bond. We also could just represent it all as rings. All right. Okay, before I get into that, on page 322 and 323, the book has a sidebar on graphite, specifically also looking at the idea of carbon nanotubes. Graphite is your pencil lead, okay? It's the same idea, it's sheets of carbon. And there's a lot of applications that we could go through with chains of carbon like that. I highly recommend reading it. You do have some bold terms in there. They may be important. You guys do need to go back and read the blue box, but seeing as you all can read and we're short on time, I'm going to keep going. All right, so I highly recommend reading that, but let's talk about sources of hydrocarbons. First of all is petroleum, okay? This is also known as crude oil. This is a complex mixture of different types of hydrocarbons. Petroleum, also called crude, never mind, ranging from heavy alkanes to lightweight aromatics and dissolved gases. Although known since ancient times, petroleum became a valuable commodity in the 1800s when chemists discovered that it can be separated into its component hydrocarbons by the process of fractional distillation. Petroleum distillates such as kerosene quickly replaced whale oil as a fuel in household lamps and also found uses as industrial solvents. There we go. The invention of the internal combustion engine in late 1800s spurred additional demand for petroleum, as did the rise of plastics and synthetic fiber industries, for which petroleum is a raw material in the 1940s. Today, petroleum is used to make a tremendous variety of products. Now, there is the idea that we do need to start pulling away from petroleum, and I happen to agree with it. I just don't necessarily agree with some people's time scale. Some people want to just legislate it right out without us finding alternatives first. It's like, whoa, slow down. Okay, let's figure out the alternatives. Let's make them cost effective and let the market do its thing. Okay, it's pretty straightforward. The same thing happened with whaling. Whaling was a big thing because we needed the oil. Then we found petroleum, so we didn't have to go around killing whales. Sweet. All right, let the market do its thing. It did it once, it'll do it again. Okay, actually it keeps doing it. It's weird how that works. Anyway, moving on. Where is it going with this? All right. Petroleum is usually extracted from the ground by drilling a narrow hole into a petroleum deposit and simply pumping out the oil. After extraction, the crude oil is transported by ship or pipeline to huge industrial complexes called refineries, where it is distilled and refined into useful products. Crude oil can be separated by fractional distillation because the individual components, or fractions, hence the name, of the mixture have different boiling points. The boiling point of each fraction is related to the number of carbon atoms contained in the molecules of the fractions. See section 9.3 on that. The petroleum is heated to boiling and then injected into the bottom of a fractionating column. You guys can see that here. As the petroleum vapors rise into cooler portions of the column, the various fractions condense at different levels depending on their boiling points, allowing them to be drained off in separated form. The lightest hydrocarbons, methane, ethane, propane, and butane, do not condense at all and are extracted from the top of the column as a gaseous mixture. Propane and butane are later separated from this mixture by cooling it to room temp and compressing it, thereby liquefying the heavier gases. Gasoline is one of the most valuable petroleum fractions, but only about 20% of crude oil distills as gasoline. To increase this amount, some of the heavier distillates are broken into smaller molecules by heating them under pressure in the absence of air, because if it's with air, then it would just burn. And in the presence of a catalyst. This process is called cracking. Now, natural gas, usually found alongside petroleum, is up to 97% methane, but it too contains other hydrocarbons and varies in compositions with its source. It is valuable as a fuel and as an industrial raw material. Coal contains 45 to 95% carbon, along with various amounts of the elements hydrogen, nitrogen, oxygen, and sulfur. Next to its use as an energy source, coal's most important use is as a source of coke for the iron and steel industry, as we talked about in previous sections. The compounds in the coal tar that result from the production of coke have many uses, such as in drugs, dyes, and road surfaces. Hydrocarbons and similar compounds, including diesel fuel, jet fuel, and natural gas, can also be manufactured from biological sources such as soybean oil, jojoba oil, and bacterial fermentation of plant matter. Oh, right. Although these methods are presently much more expensive than traditional sources, they may someday be more competitive. All right, so was loud outside. Okay, anyway. That's the end of us talking about aromatic hydrocarbons and talking about their sources and our uses of them. How much time do I need for that video? Let me grab. I'm not going to show it yet. Not that one. Yes, I wanted to draw a red dot right then. Why? No. Stop switching which workspace I'm in. I don't like you right now. All I want to see is the time frame on the video. All right, I need 10 minutes, so that means I've got about 5. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to know for now. All right. So at this point, I want you guys to go in your books to page 325. Okay, page 325. And we're going to talk briefly about global warming, okay, or climate change, or whatever terminology you want to use for it, okay? And the reality of it is there is a noticeable difference in weather, but then again, there always has been, okay? There's also been a distinct correlation between chemicals we've used and immediate causes in that. However, it's not as drastic as some people would leave you to believe. So, in recent years, a great deal of attention has been focused on a natural phenomenon known as the greenhouse effect, which keeps the Earth's temperature in a range suitable for living things. Okay, short version real quick. The greenhouse effect is a good thing, as long as there's not too much of it. Okay, you all with me so far? It's just like water. Water is a great thing unless there's too much of it, then you're swimming for your life. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, so it's the same thing. It's a good thing on the surface. Now, here we probably would prefer there to be less of it because in the summer it gets real hot. But what happens is during the day, sunlight enters the atmosphere and the Earth trap that heat throughout the day, and then at night it starts to give it off. If you want an example of this that you can feel, go out to Palm Springs during the summer at night. You will feel the Earth releasing the heat. Okay? Palm Springs usually has that street fair on Thursday nights. It'll be 9 p.m. and it'll still be above 90. Okay? And so the reason for that is largely because the asphalt is releasing heat. Okay? It's releasing all the heat it gained during the day, all that latent heat. And so it's a good thing overall globally because otherwise our atmosphere temperatures would plummet down to below freezing. Okay? So our atmosphere trapping some heat is very useful and necessary so that everything doesn't freeze over every night. Does that make sense? Okay, so that's the idea. Now, I'm going to jump straight to this. Now, several atmospheric gases are responsible for the greenhouse effect. Between 94 and 98% of the warming effect is due to ordinary water vapor. Next in importance are carbon dioxide, produced by living things, and the burning of carbon-containing substances, and methane, produced by vegetation and ruminant animals. Several other trace gases also play a role, but the two biggies are water vapor and carbon dioxide. Now, water vapor, really not a whole lot we can do about, okay? Really not a whole lot we cause as humanity, okay? So that's why all the focus has been on carbon dioxide. It's responsible for a small part of the effect, but it still has an important role. The issue that has come up is that we are producing carbon dioxide so rapidly, nature is not able to counterbalance that with the appropriate amount of oxygen. Okay, and it's a matter of dilution. Okay, it's arguable about what the safe amount is, what the tolerable amount is. It's also arguable about whether or not we should actually be concerned with it. Okay, it's also arguable about how drastic it is. Okay, and if you don't believe me on that one, just look at how they keep rebranding it every 10 years. Okay, they were actually concerned about global cooling at one point. All right, so does that make sense? Okay, so the media does what the media does. They overblow everything out of proportion. So some scientists have speculated that mankind's production of CO2 from fossil fuel combustion, agriculture, and cement manufacturing may significantly enhance the greenhouse effect, causing average global temperatures to rise. Although man's annual contribution to CO2 to the environment is far smaller than nature's, we produce as mankind, now again, this is an older book, okay, but we produce as mankind roughly 29 billion tons versus 850 billion tons produced naturally, okay? And these scientists worry that the small increase may cause unpredictable changes in the global climate. Environmental activists have gone much further, predicting global flooding, disease epidemics, mass famine, and even the extinction of the human race. But, you know, I've been hearing about that my entire life. I'm now 31. I'm just saying, okay? Like many things, it can be brought into hysteria. Now, I highly encourage you guys to read the remainder of that blue box, okay? It's a very good discussion on global warming or climate change or whatever else you want to call it. All I'm going to say is this, okay? Biblically, we're supposed to take care of our environment, but we're also supposed to be free to use it. It's a double-sided coin. It's, yes, use what you need to, don't abuse it. Does that make sense? It's a very simple command. It's a very simple Dominion mandate, okay? It's yours to deal with. Make sure it's there for the next generation, okay? It's both sides of that coin. The biggest problem I have with the modern day discussion about global warming is that it's somehow individuals' fault. When you have corporations pouring pollution into the air, into the atmosphere, that are responsible for well over, like the top 10 corporations I think are responsible for like 60% of the production of carbon dioxide. Okay, so they're the ones who need to make a change. We're not the ones causing the problem. Does that make sense? Okay, not to mention, America keeps getting blamed. China has more pollution coming out of it than like the rest of the world combined. Okay, so I think a lot of it has just become too political, so much so that it gets in the way of the actual discussion. Now, what I'm going to show now is kind of the opposing viewpoint. Okay, now much of what he says is good and based on science. Okay, but you'll notice he also leans left. Okay, so you guys are going to get both viewpoints because I'm not going to try to force mine on you. However, I'm going to say biblically, we're supposed to be able to use God's creation at the same time figure out how to preserve it. Does that make sense? And it's not too big of an ask. It's really not. It's really straightforward. One of the big things is like everyone's hung up on planting trees. No, why don't we plant bamboo? It captures way more carbon and grows way faster. Okay? Let's deal with the issue, but let's actually do what works. Anyway, that's the end of my lecture for the day. Distance learners, we'll see you guys later.
I see Jake. Go ahead and comment. Kylie, if you're here. We are on page 95 in our vocab book, working on exercise C. Esther, go ahead and sit up. Okay, we all should have bena since it's part of our prefix this week. What is bena, class? Good and well. Okay, who can raise their hand and tell me what fic is? If I see Ian. To do, to make. Good. Okay, I-A-L or just A-L. That's that suffix. Esther? Like, pertaining to. Raise your hand and tell me what the literal meaning is. Literal meaning. We have good and well, to do, to make, like, pertaining to, and it is beneficial. Noah? Okay, doing well. Pertaining to doing good or doing well. Good. Okay, or making well. Cryptology. What is crypt, class? Hidden secret. We all should already have that one. As well as logy or ology, class? Discourse or study. So what is the literal meaning? Raise your hand. Grace, do you have this one? Okay, it's the study of something. What could it be? The study of hidden? The study of secrets. Good. Next. Constriction. What is com or con, class? With, together. Okay. Strict. To draw tight. Okay, who has I-O-N? Tori, do you have this one? State, quality, act of. Good. Okay, what's the literal meaning? The literal meaning of constriction. Okay, do you think it's the state of, class? No, not the quality, so we know it is the act of. Okay, act of what? Michelle? Good, drawing tightly together. Okay, so make sure that you are studying your prefixes, roots, and your suffixes, as well as your vocab for tomorrow's quiz. Go ahead and check out your literature. We do have another Poetic Devices quiz this week, and since this week is formal, the quiz will be on Thursday. Okay, so this Thursday, make sure you're ready for that. So let's go ahead and pull it out. Turn to page 494. It is the last Poetic Device quiz. Yay! So page 494 from Sestet all the way to the Victorian era. Okay, so let's go through these. Sestet is a 6-line poem which follows an 8-line division to clarify the preceding octave. If you guys remember, which type of sonnet has an octave and a sestet? Class, Italian or English? Does anybody remember? It is the Italian one, okay? So in Italian, a sestet is part of it, but it's a 6-line poem which follows an 8-line division to clarify the preceding octave. And if you remember about the Italian sonnets were written the octave. It kind of was telling a story, kind of presenting a thought, and the sestet is the part where it kind of further explains the octave or it kind of answers back to the octave. So that's a sestet in a Italian sonnet. The setting, the physical background against which the events of a story take place. We know the setting is much more than just the physical background. It's the temperature, it's the town, it's what the people look like, it's how they act, it's all of that combined, the physical background against which the events of the story take place. And we see a lot of stories how the setting really influences a lot of things that happen in the plot. Short story, an imaginative, relatively short prose narrative written to give the reader entertainment and insight. With short stories, they usually can be read in one sitting. We've saw a couple of stories like that. A simile, an express comparison of unlike things using the words like, as, resemble, or similar. If you guys look, it's like wings like eagles, all those comparisons with the words like or as, resemble, or similar. Soliloquy, a speech by a lone character on the stage. Sonnet, a 14-line poem written in iambic pentameter with a definite pattern of 2 basic varieties, English and Italian. We just went over the Italian one with the sestet. Spenserian stanza, which is a 9-line stanza having a rhyme scheme of A, B, A, B, C, B, C, C. The first line in iambic pentameter, the ninth in iambic hexameter. It is named for Edmund Spenser, who used it in The Faerie Queene. So Edmund Spenser, obviously, Spenserian stanza. Stage directions, these aid in producing the play, which help the audience or reader visualize the setting or scenes by giving details of time, place, and entrances and exits of characters. Subplot, a secondary plot woven into the main plot. Surrealism, an attempt to portray or interpret the workings of the unconscious mind as manifested in dreams. Symbol, in poetry, it's a word or a group of words having meaning beyond in itself, but also representing something beyond itself. So we know kind of what symbols are. Synonyms, word with the same or similar meaning. The terza rima, an Italian stanza form made popular by Dante. It consists of 4 tercets and a couplet and rhymes A, B, A, C, D, C, D, E, D, E, E. Okay. Theism, the view which holds that there is a personal God who is creator and ruler of the world. Theme, the central idea which gives a work a meaning. Okay, you just need to know that part of the theme. Tone, the writer's or speaker's attitude towards his subject, and in turn, the response which the writer intends for his readers. Tragedy, a play that ends unhappily. Utopia, the Greek word for utopia means no place, implying that no ideal society exists. And then the Victorian era, the literary period which began with the death of Sir Walter Scott in 1832 and ended in 1901 with the death of Queen Victoria. Okay, so that is sestet all the way to Victorian era. That'll be on Thursday. Any questions? All right, go ahead and turn over to page number, let me see, 358. Okay, I think we went over page 357, The Three Enemies, written by Christina Rossetti. Who remembers the 3 enemies, class? The flesh, what else? The world, and who? The devil. Make sure you guys know that. Something else to note. Let me see. What else do we need to know about page 358? If I just have you guys writing or knowing the authors of things. Give me one second. what are we, Unit 7? Yes, okay. Just Know by Gerard Manley Hopkins. Did I already tell you guys what to know from him yet? Okay, so Just Know the Wind Hovers. It's just another poem that I want you to know the author of. Don't really need to get into it that much. Okay, The Wind Hover. And as well as the, we don't need to know the toys on page 360. George MacDonald, Just That Holy Thing. On page 361, if you guys look at the bottom, George MacDonald was a Scottish preacher whose literary works reflect his deep spiritual interest. His writings include sermons, children's stories, novels, and poetry. For children, he wrote At the Back of the North Wind, The Princess and the Goblin, and The Princess and the Curdie. With George MacDonald's That Holy Thing, if you guys look at the intro, this poem expresses the idea that God's ways are not our ways, and that he answers our prayers and meets our needs according to his will and in his own way. And we hear that so many times, how we always pray for one thing, and then sometimes God, sees fit to answer in another way. And that's kind of like his take on that. So make sure you know That Holy Thing, written by George MacDonald. And page 362, The Hound of Heaven, written by Francis Thompson. Okay. Don't need to know Invictus, but you were to read Sir Maletroit's Door, which was written by Robert Louis Stevenson. That's something you definitely do want to know on page 365 to 375. But on page 376, let's go ahead and look at that really quickly. It was Robert Louis Stevenson. And he was kind of familiar in a sense where Robert Louis Stevenson, he had a search for a suitable climate for his poor health. He combined with his natural vagabond longings, took him all over the world, enabled him to gain all over the world background and insight from many of his books. We see how he wrote The Inland Donkey. We're on page 376 for those of you who are still looking. Travels with a Donkey, The Inland Voyage. They reflected all of his experiences. Unlike his predecessor, Stevenson wrote primarily for the enjoyment of his readers, not to promote philosophy and politics, religion, or any other particular subject. And one important work or classic that we know from him is Treasure Island. There's obviously like movies on that. There's Kidnapped, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, Miss David Balfour. All of these were all written by Robert Louis Stevenson. But about him, you want to know that he was one of the world's best loved and most widely read authors of romantic literature. Okay, so that's on page 376. One of the world's best loved and most widely read authors of romantic literature. And with Sir Maletroit's Door, I kind of want to just, I'll touch base with that tomorrow, but right now, hey, Mr. Brown, let's go ahead and just go through the poems for the rest of this, of this unit, so that we could just kind of know what we're reading and different things like that. But go ahead and also turn to look at 377. You want to know Danny Deever, written by Rudyard Kipling. And The Ballad of East and West, written by the same guy, Rudyard Kipling. The Importance of Being Earnest was written by Oscar Wilde on page 382. And then on page 382, go ahead and also mark the fact that it was, turn over there. Okay. Which is a comedy, a satire on the British social structure. So you want to make sure you know that about the Importance of Being Earnest. That's on page 382. Okay? The Importance of Being Earnest. It's a comedy. It's a satire on the British social structure. So who remembers what satire means? You guys remember what that means or what that is? Sorry? Okay, it does ridicule human follies, but with the purpose of what? Correcting it. So they just don't make fun of it. Obviously, when people read these, it's in order for them to realize what's going on in that day and age and correct it. So the importance of being earnest, it ridicules British social structure. Okay. On page 391, you don't need to know. On page 386 or 389, the Ballad of Reading Gaol or the Nightingale and the Rose. But page 391, you want to highlight London Coffee Houses, written by Thomas Babington Macaulay. And this was a prose thing that he wrote. But at the top of the page, this is Victorian prose. You want to highlight that this was a great age of prose, the Victorian era, as well as the essay flourished, the familiar essay was broadened, and the formal essay was used to explain scientific theories to the general public. So that's on page number 391. Yeah. Great age of prose, highlight the essay flourished, the familiar essay was broadened in scope, and then the formal essay was used to explain scientific theories to the general public. Okay. London coffee houses is a thing to know. That was written by Macaulay. On page number 394, you want to highlight Thomas Carlyle, who wrote Labor. All this will be on your final in 2 weeks. It's crazy, right? So, Labor, written by Thomas Carlyle. Also on page number 395, Thomas Carlyle, he wrote the series on heroes and hero to worship to express his idea of the hero, which is the man whom the rest of the world should follow. Okay? So that is Thomas Carlyle with his selection of Labor. Page 397, The Gentleman, written by John Henry Newman. John Henry Newman joined the Oxford movement. So that's on page 397 in the bio. So you want to highlight the Oxford movement, which sought to return to the ritual and practices of the Roman Catholic Church. We already had that one as part of our, our Poetic Devices quizzes a few weeks ago. Page 398. Okay, on this page, we're going to talk about these more in depth, but you want to highlight the first popular Victorian novelist to capture a large reading audience was Charles Dickens. And actually, yeah, he's definitely one of the more popular novelists during this era, but Charles Dickens was the first popular Victorian novelist. Highlight what they portrayed. So the three outstanding Victorian novelists were Charles Dickens, who portrayed the lower middle class living in the city. William Makepeace Thackeray portrayed the upper middle class, and then George Eliot, who portrayed the common people of the country and villages. And then the last sentence the last paragraph on the left-hand column on that same page, perhaps the most significant novel form to emerge from the period was the novel of purpose or problem novel. The bottom on page 398, the left-hand column, the last paragraph. Perhaps the most significant novel form to emerge from the period was the novel of purpose or the problem novel. Okay, page 399, Charles Dickens wrote David Copperfield, which was one of the most beloved novels of all time. How many of you guys have ever seen or read David Copperfield? No one? Okay. Well, this is one of the most beloved novels of all time written by Charles Dickens. So highlight David Copperfield. Then on page number 410, you want to highlight Charles Dickens, one of England's most famous and best loved novelists. Okay. Excuse me. That's David Copperfield and Charles Dickens. You don't need to know Tony Kites, The Arch Deceiver, which is by Thomas Hardy. You don't need to know that, but he was obviously another, another writer of the age, but by Thomas Hardy. You need to know The Convergence of Twain on page 417. The Convergence of Twain, page 417, written by Thomas Hardy. The Treasury of David, written by Charles Haddon Spurgeon. We also know that there were also preachers of this age, and Charles Haddon Spurgeon, he was one of them during the Victorian era. The Treasury of David. On page 419 about Charles Haddon Spurgeon, you want to know he is the Prince of Preachers. The Prince of Preachers. On page 419. Okay. And then by Horatius Bonar, I want you to know that he was, I heard the voice of Jesus say, he wrote that. Horatius Bonar, we'll read about him a little bit more when we get to him. But he definitely was an influential leader during this era. And then the last thing you need to know is Take My Life and Let It Be, written by Francis Ridley Havergal on page 423. Just some people and hymns and spiritual psalms and hymns that were written during this Victorian era. And that's it. Just on page 424 and 425 are just some other things, or some other hymns written by different hymn writers of the era. Okay? So I know it's a big unit, just kind of like what Unit 6 was, which is why we won't take the time to study every single poem in this unit, but all the stuff that I just gave you, you do need to know for your test or your final on, I believe it is the 26th. Okay, so your final would be the 26th.
So was that all of the questions, or are these just some of them?
Those ones, but then obviously the ones that we went over already, which was Three Enemies, and then the past few ones, written by obviously Elizabeth Barrett Browning, and then what's his name? Tennyson. All of those that we went over with Alfred Lord Tennyson. So we'll go over it again, what we do need to know for Wednesday. But let's go ahead and start review for our grammar final, which will be on Thursday, May 27th, since you guys are ditching on the 28th. So your literature will be on Wednesday, your grammar will be on Thursday. So let's go over and start reviewing for that, okay? So let's go to section 29 in your grammar book. Section 29. Okay. Your final will be over the things of rewriting things and what's it called? Your sentences and sentence structures and stuff, but sections 29 to 34. Okay, I know that sounds like a lot, but it does have to deal with a lot of writing and just kind of switching around sentences. So make sure you're already paying attention to that. But let me see if there are any review. Sorry, give me a second. Let me see if there are any review. Oh yeah, so let's go ahead and go to page 73 also in your workbook. Page 73, exercise 132. Okay, so section 29 is talking about exactness and vividness. Okay, so with exactness and vividness, meaning 29.1, avoid improprieties in writing or speaking. Improprieties are standard words used incorrectly. These are the ones where you spell principal wrong when you're talking about the principal of a school. Principle meaning obviously a truth, a belief, Principle. If you're talking about that, you don't want to spell principal that you're talking about the administrator of a school, Principal. Okay, so that's improprieties. When you're talking about one thing, don't spell it a different way. Okay, so advice or advise, altar or alter. Okay, both obviously being pronounced the same way, but different meanings. Alumnus, alumna, alumni, alumnae. All of these definitely you would need to know the definition to use correctly there. Connotations, make skillful use of connotations. We know connotation is the word that goes beyond the strict meaning of the dictionary. So in a dictionary, the denotation, it means this certain thing. Connotations, however, it goes beyond that to maybe represent feelings of something, or kind of like a saying. For example, the connotation of a word goes beyond its strict meaning to the feelings and images that the word suggests. For example, the word democracy. Okay, in the dictionary, it's a government, a type of form of government, but to us in America, it means, freedom of speech, voting of the people, all that stuff. So make skillful use of connotations. Number 29.3, choose exact and vivid verbs and nouns to make your writing interesting and forceful. Okay, so instead of saying he ran to the bathroom, okay, you could say he sprinted, or another word instead of plain old ran. Okay, so exact, vivid verbs and nouns. Your book says the stream flowed. That's kind of boring, so maybe you can use the stream gust or the stream swirled, kind of describing the currents, different things like that. Whenever possible, use exact, vivid verbs instead of verb-adverb combinations. Rather than saying the dog lay carelessly on the floor, you can say the dog sprawled on the floor. Rather than saying he ran quickly from the room, you can say he dashed from the room, or he sprinted from the room. Just what I just said, like just using exact and vivid verbs there. Learn to select specific nouns rather than general nouns. For example, notice the progression from general to specific. Okay, talking about game, he was hunting for some game. Okay, well, what was he hunting for specifically? We know he was hunting, but what was he specifically hunting for? So it turns from game. He was hunting for fowl. Okay, we know fowl means birds, but what kind of bird? Okay, specifically a quail. All right, there's different kinds of quails. Okay, so further explain what you mean. Okay, general would be dog, specific would be golden retriever. That makes sense? So from general rather than all the way to specific, we want to use specific nouns. Learn to look up synonyms for nouns rather than saying hurricane if you mean waterspout, haze if you mean smog, obstacle if you mean snag, or dream if you mean nightmare. Just look up those and make sure you're using exact nouns or verbs there. Exact and vivid modifiers to enhance verbs and nouns that you have chosen. Carefully select the exact adjectives needed to express your idea. So rather than saying he was smart, you can say he was witty. Facetious, clumsy or inappropriate, jocular, sustaining a jolly mood to keep others amused. Okay? Page 122, make good use of participles. We already know what participles are, class. What verbals are they used as? What are these verbals used as? Nouns or adjectives, class? Adjectives, they make especially colorful adjectives. The sound of the crackling fire, the bubbling stew. Okay? Be sparing in the use of adjectives. The sweet, pleasant, agreeable tones. You can just use the sweet tones or the pleasant tones. Another word would be dulcet. Just different things like that that you can use instead of a bunch of words there. Okay? So that's pretty self-explanatory with exact and vividness. Exactness and vividness. So let's look at number 1 in your book on page 73. What words can we use instead of smart? Samuel Johnson was famous for his smart conversation. Okay, you could use witty. What's another name for smart, class, or another word for smart? Intelligent conversation. What else? Okay, how about clever? So all of those would work rather than just saying simple smart. We're just practicing it here just so that we can spot it. Samuel Johnson was famous for his clever conversation, his witty conversation, his intelligence, something else rather than just plain old smart. Number 2, the stocky, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound patrolman motioned me to pull over the side of the road. Okay? Number 2 is dealing with what we just read here. Be sparing in the use of adjectives on page 122, letter C. Okay? Stocky, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound. What words can we use instead of all 3 of those? What was it? Muscular. Okay? Anything else to describe the word muscular, or anything else that we could use to describe stocky, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound patrolman? Bulky. Okay? How about yoked? Just kidding. Brawny, burly, something other than the stocky, broad-shouldered, muscle-bound patrolman. You know what I mean? Just something that you can use there that conveys what you mean, but doesn't use all these words that kind of are like this and this and this and this, okay? Simple and to the point. Number 3, Jesse quickly slammed the car door shut, okay? How can we change the word quickly to something else? Suddenly, slam the car door shut. Okay, what else? Another word there? What was it? Hastily, okay. Hastily slam the car door shut. Promptly slam the car door shut. Okay, something other than quickly. Simple, plain, quickly. We could use, we can make a little bit more vivid there. Okay, let's look at figurative language, page 122 in your grammar books. Page 122, figurative language, okay? If you don't remember what figurative language is, it basically is when you use different things like metaphors, similes, any poetic device that we learned in your writing, okay? So, for example, simile, using comparisons with the words like or as. A metaphor, an implied comparison that does not use the words like or as. And hyperbole, which is a strong exaggeration. Personification, giving human characteristics to inanimate objects. So different poetic devices or literary terms that you would use in your writing is called figurative language there. Okay, 30.2, be cautious of your use of figures of speech. Make sure that your image is clear when you're always using they were like this, that like this, like this, like this, okay? It's kind of confusing when you keep comparing things to other things, and sometimes it gets a little cloudy and you don't really know what you actually mean when you are using too much figures of speech, okay? Don't overuse figures of speech. Avoid mixed metaphors. Avoid trite figures of speech. Okay, we already talked about what trite is. It's basically overused expressions, and we'll review that more. But just figurative language, okay? So identify on page 73, identify the figure of speech in each sentence as a simile, a metaphor, hyperbole, or a personification, okay? So simile, we're looking for what words, class? Okay, like or as. If you don't know what we're looking for with similes, look at page 122 underneath simile, okay? On comparison, using the words like or as, okay? For example, the old prize fighter looked like a mass of granite. There's our word like there, comparing two things, okay? His word was in my heart as a burning fire shut up in my bones. And custom lie upon thee with a weight heavy as frost and deep almost as life. So when you see these words like, as, similar to, resemble, all of these would be similes, okay? With metaphors, they compare two things or compare things without saying the words like or as. For example, the old prize fighter was a mass of granite, okay? Jeremiah said that the word of God was a fire shut up in his bones. All the world's a stage and all the men and women merely players. Okay, so they're not exactly, obviously, players here, but they're compared to players there, and that is a metaphor. So that's a comparison without using the like or as. Hyperbole, strong exaggeration. Okay, That one's pretty simple to identify. And the personification, we know personification giving human-like characteristics to inanimate objects, okay? For example, the chairs sat in silence, okay? Do chairs actually sit in silence? Can they talk at all? Class, yes or no? Okay, so that's a human-like characteristic given to an inanimate object, okay? So page 73, exercise 133 is for homework. Just 3 questions identifying if it's a metaphor, simile, hyperbole, or personification, okay? All right, page 73, exercise 133. Make sure you're studying for your quiz tomorrow in vocab, and literature is to just next literature. We'll go over that tomorrow, okay? All right, you guys are dismissed.